All right, here we go. First round of qualifying. Second one still pending, depending on how this first round goes. But one guaranteed. Will Friesen and Joel Smith. Friesen running the Warbird. Joel Smith still sporting his Zap Strap Racing Pontiac. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, absolute final call for No Box and Super Shifters. You're running now. Final call for No Box and Super Shifters. Friesen goes 972, 141 miles an hour on the left lane, right lane, going 10-11 at about 32. We'll bring up Will Zorg, we'll bring up Jamie Roth. The 1962 Bel Air running against the 1964 Comet. With a 2 at 134 miles an hour. Will Zorg going to 1107 at a buck 23. Bring up Rich Graves in the El Camino. Bring up Dale Posnick in the Mustang. Posnick going 10.29 at 132 miles an hour. Rich Graves going 11.28 at a buck 22. Chevy 2. Top end, Winterbottom, 923, 141 miles an hour. Support, going 10.08 at about 32. Bring up Dan Gray and Keith Winterbottom. The 83 Ford F-150 running against the 68 Camaro with that 521 cubic inch Chevy motor. Whoa, that was a weird one. Keith Winterbottom launching a little bit sideways, tried to get back into it, and then lifted out entirely, and it sounds like he's just cut that thing off and is coasting. Dan Gray goes 11.66 at 116 miles an hour. We'll roll to National Tire, non-electronics. Brendan Piskacek running the motoring Canada with Thomas Buick Racing Mustang. Keith Winterbottom puts down a 26.48 on the last pass. We'll bring up Shaylin Svetic in the front engine dragster from 1970. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Brad Torque Systems Electronics within the staging lanes. Brad Torque Systems Electronics. Bring one up to the staging lanes. And to the West Door Slammers, you are on standby. Sveta goes 9.12, a $144. Piscacek going 13.07 at 101. And that brings up Rob Getz with his 2024 Ford F-150. Running up against Blair Criddle for the Precision Performance Ford Roadster. Getz goes 11.73 at 119 miles an hour. Criddle, 885 at 147. Bring up Steve Baskerville. Bring up Brad Litzenberger. The 2022 Mustang going up against the Black Sheep Malibu. Six, 114 miles an hour. Baskerville also clocked in at 114 miles an hour, but just couldn't get the acceleration to challenge. Went 12.53 at 114. Bring up James Taggart, bring up John Vandeven. The Airport Glass Baird Utilities Falcon racing against the 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Racetrack on this one. Vandeven goes 9.99 with a 7, 130 miles an hour. Taggart going 10.50 at about 25. Bring up Randy Couric with his Bel Air. Bring up Andy Antle for the Antle Towing Shop Truck F100. Once again, we have made the call for electronics to the lanes. Electronics, this is your second call to the lanes. Electronics, second call to the staging lanes. Ants going 8.98, 142 miles an hour. Randy Couric, 10.46 at a $125. And that brings up Steve Sheffer and Richard Love. The Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10 with special thanks to Ryan Ledre and the rest of the MRP crew for their support. Putting down the rubber, top end of the racetrack, Sheffer goes 11.11, 117 miles an hour. Love going to 11.58 at about 13. Systems S10 going 10:37 at $1.28. Lebedinsky 9:27 at $1.46. Jim Banky and Chris Stone. Classic pair up in qualifying. The Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auger, Bucky's Mini Excavated Wooden Bear Trailer, Stone Racing Dart. 440 cubic inches of low power motor on both sides of the racetrack, but it goes the way of Stone in the Dart. 964, 137 miles an hour. Banky, 1009 at $1.32. And that brings up Heather Hornall and Rob Monroe Jr. Junior going 10:44 with an 8, 126 miles an hour. Heather Hornall 10:74 to 117. And that will bring up Craig Johnson and Scott Kolodichuk. Chuck it a roll through the beams as Craig Johnson took his time pumping in. Johnson out on a single. We'll see if they'll back him out and let him try again. Johnson goes 10:49, 122 miles an hour. They'll give him a second stab at it. Kolodichuk going 10:29, 129 miles an hour. Bringing up Ryan Ladre, the last qualifier in National Tire Non-Electronics. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we're waiting for you. Lanes 5 and 6, Canada West Door Slammers, bring them on up. Lanes 5 and 6 with overflow into 3 and 4. That is Door Slammers to 5 and 6, overflow to 3 and 4. We roll to National Tire Non-Electronics. Sorry, we just finished National Tire Non-Electronics. We roll to Rad Torque Systems Electronics. The box category: Nick Angelucci, Stefan Vich. Malibu versus Duster. Angelucci going 10:65, 124 miles an hour. Vich going 10:86 at 128. That brings up Chris Lloyd against Ray Rusiani. Rusiani was running in the Door Slammers category throughout Friday night qualifying and yesterday's eliminations. Did not make it into the final round of Door Slammers yesterday. The next pause online pet supplies, BDL Automotive, Chevy 2. Ready to go up against Lloyd on the close side here. Down track goes 823, 164 miles an hour. Chris Lloyd going 936 at 140. Bringing up the next pair of Steve Baskerville and Martin Rochelle. The 2022 Mustang going up against the 1978 Malibu. Both racers turning on the red line, but it's not a problem. Rochelle trying to knock down the tree when 001 red follows up with the 1001 at 130 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 1250 at 115 miles an hour. Bring up a pair, Cade Shirk, Ronnie Jan Christensen, and Steve Sikora's old dragster against Colton Morin. Colton Morin bringing up the Titanium Auto Group, Comox Valley Excavating, Morin Motorsports Race Tech Dragster was not running yesterday. Decided to take the time to branch out and learn a little bit more, so he was out crewing with Jay Siverston for the Door Slammers, along with Steve Horn for the West Coast Pro Modifieds all day yesterday, but now out for the last Cash Bash race of the season. Trip Zip with a 1 for Colton Morin, absolutely drilling the tree, but just by the tiniest fraction too much. That's the type of life you have to wonder if maybe you kicked an extra piece of gravel when you left the wheels off the line to trip the beams a bit too soon. Morin follows up with a 780 with a 369 miles an hour. Kate Shirk going 784 to 169. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Door Slammers to 5 and 6. License and test. This is your standby call. So Coda Lewinsky taking the win. Brad Torque Systems Electronics last night against Emily Gerard. TNT Dragster versus the Undercover Dragster. Going 734, 181 miles an hour. Gerard takes her dragster to a 750 at 177 miles an hour. John Jenkins brings up the West Coast Builder Restoration, Mackenzie Racers, Lorco Auto Parts S10 against Mike Stewart for Kent Specialty Auto, Bucky's been excavated, Gibson Transmissions, and Big Al Motorsports with the Chevy 2. Your runner-up in electronics last night. goes 10:08 at 131 miles an hour. Jenkins 10:40 at 124 miles an hour. Craig Johnson up next, running against John Tabak. Back goes 10:34, 128 miles an hour. Johnson 10:50 at 122. And I believe that brings up the last car for Rat Torque Systems Electronics. It's Steve McKenzie. His 505 watt Chevy Cavalier. Bit of front wheel hop on that one. He'll run it down track though. And goes at a solid 896, 153 miles an hour. So next up, it'll be the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers. Paul Stretch took the championship last night after Mike Kenworthy broke out in round 1 and Brian Ritchie went out in round 2. So Stretch now declared officially the 2024 champion. This race here, just another little cash bash race for them. Start line crew is going to do a little bit of touch-ups on the racetrack, and we'll bring your door slimer field around shortly. How about this? Derek Shirk has 2 cars running out there right now. He's in the Bel Air, and Jay Siverston running the Black Betty JS Power Sports Dakota. We've seen Derek Shirk break out in that Dakota in times when the Bel Air has been struggling. Looking like Jay Siverson's machine might have had similar issues. That's why it's never a bad idea to bring the spare. You never know when you might need it. The Dakota's been tried and true throughout the years. Derek Shirk opting to stay with the titanium body group and Bubba Speed Shop Bel Air with that 780 cubic inch motor from 1955 underneath it. No surprises on that one. That car has been a favorite of his in the door slammer category for the last while.
Seven
769 at 173. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need license and test to lanes 3 and 4. License and test, bring them on up, lanes 3 and 4. We're also going to make a standby call for BC McLeod Clutches Super Shifters. Super Shifters, this is our standby call. Brad Powell running the Chanel down track against Brody Shirk. Powell going 832, 160 miles an hour. Brody Shirk 838 at 161 miles an hour. Next pairing up on the racetrack. It's Mike Kenworthy, your third place runner in the points. At least he was yesterday. He may have been bumped down to fourth, courtesy of Mike Bedsworth with a late race charge. The Illusion Motorsports and Speedmart Firebird going up against Andy Hatton for the Grinch. For Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, and Velocity Chemicals. 554 Big Block Chevy 1969 Camaro. Kenworthy going trip zip with a 5, but it's red. He'll go 815, 166 miles an hour. Andy Hatton going 828 at 160. That brings up Mark Schupner, the Pendozi Machine, Wix Filters, and Federal Mogul Lumina. Going up against Grant Howell, Fast Orange Chevy Williams, in his 23rd year with the Door Slammers. So attention to all competitors, attention all drivers. Please remember to clean out your wheel wells before you come on up to the staging lanes. Make sure they are clear of rocks, gravel, dirt, debris, and others. Please make sure your wheel wells are clean before you come on up to the staging lanes. The 1995 Illumina waiting patiently for Grant Howell to back himself up towards the staging beams. License and test, we're still waiting for you, lanes 3 and 4. Not going to be too many opportunities for you today, so if you want to pass, come on up. Lanes 3 and 4. We're waiting on you. World's going to make the call for McLeod Clutches, BC Super Shifters, lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters, lanes 5 and 6. That will be for your second round of qualifying. So we are going to get a second round of qualifying in. for all of the Super Shifters, No Box, and Box competitors. Mark Shepner having trouble on the line. Grant Howell going 765 at 176 miles an hour. So once again, Super Shifters, Box, and No Box, you will all be getting a second qualifier. We have just called Super Shifters up to lanes 5 and 6 for qualifier number 2. So lanes 5 and 6 for Super Shifters to lanes 5 and 6. Also good news for the Shepner team, at least, because there's so few of you today, you're going to all be able to get into the show. That's just been the call made by the official Door Slammer representative. All drivers will be able to make the show this afternoon, regardless of if you're able to make a full hit, or even if you don't hit that 870 mark. So Howie Winklehorst running the 1955 Bel Air, going up against Otto Schulte with his still cruising Cavalier, sporting the 598 cubic inch Sunset motor. For Georgia Straight Line Collision, Next Gen Hearing, Associated Tire and Auto, Lord Kawada Parts, Odlum Brown, Quality Designs, and Rondex out of Black Creek. Otto Schulte took home the W in the final points race last night for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers. Still figuring out what's going on with Howie Winklehorst's car, so Otto Schulte will be out on a single now. Schulte down the racetrack, 740 with the 3, 183 miles an hour. Steve Lowe running the Lord Kawada Parts 1992 Pontiac Firebird. On the tree for Lowe. He'll run that thing down track, 0790 with a 1, 174 miles an hour. And that brings up Scott Robinson. Robinson brings out the AFD Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and Postma Farms 1994 Beretta with 615 cubic inches of motor under the hood. So Howie Winklehorst also having problems that will prevent him from being able to make a hit for the time being. So that's already 2 down and out. Scott Robinson goes 755, 180 miles an hour. And that will bring up James Kennedy. Kennedy running the Ken Specialty Auto of Big Berry, Grand Am. Pontiac out of 2004 with a 648 cubic inch big block Chevy motor. 4,582 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. It's the 2017 Camaro of Ray Bollinger on the far side. So Bollinger and Kennedy ready to run down track. Kennedy looking to be virtually uncontested for the #1 qualifying spot right now. One of the few cars capable of going into the sixes in the Door Slammer field. Problems set in for James Kennedy early on the hitch. Be on a coast at the top end. Bollinger goes 8 seconds, dead on the mark, 168 miles an hour. So that'll do it for the only round of Door Slammer qualifying. We'll roll to some testing hits, and we start with Dane LeKelt with his alcohol-powered top dragster. Well, it's a dragster. This car capable of some wicked quick passes. LeKelt making the trip out from Kelowna for a testing hit. Burnout complete for Dane LeKelt. He gets ready to stage up the dragster. Oh boy. Wandering way over to the right side of the groove. Had to do some wheel work a little bit. You saw the car get up on 3 wheels for a moment and we'll shut the throttle off and be on a slow coast to the top end. So a little bit of a moment there for LeKelt, but he did keep the car clean. So Brad Powell bringing up the Nova out of Linden, Washington, looking to make a test hit. Powell, top end, going 10-10, 130 miles an hour. And we'll have a junior street testing hit now. So this one only going to be an 8-mile pass. This truck reportedly driven up by Nathan, your Teen Challenge champion out of Oyama, BC. Running a 2016 Chevy Silverado. Here's Matt Black running the Jeep for a limited street. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. National Tire Non-Electronics. We need you to the lanes for your second and final qualifier. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is no box. Coming up to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your second qualifier. Matt Black struggling off the line, and he'll aboard. That will bring up Cody Marshall for the Marshall's Mechanical 1970 Nova SS with 509 cubic inches of motor under it from Chilliwack. Cody Marshall making a licensing pass to the quarter mile. .964, 136 miles an hour for Cody Marshall. Looking like that'll do it for the first rotation of all the classes. When the door slammers are up next, it'll be for eliminations. Everybody else still gets one qualifier, and then they'll be eliminated for the rest of the day for the last competitive race of the 2024 season. Dan Gray and Jamie Roth. Bring it up for Super Shifters. Ford F-150 versus the 64 Comet. Double 01 on the tree for Gray. Jamie Roth, top end of the racetrack. Goes 993, 134 miles an hour. Gray, 1160 at $1.16. Bring John DePort, bring up Joel Smith. The 77 Camaro versus the Zap Strap Racing Pontiac. Smith goes 10-12, 132 miles an hour. John DePort goes 10-01 at 132. Dale pausing and Rich Graves going up against it now for the Mustang and the El Camino. Dale Pawson goes 10-20 with a 6, 134 miles an hour. Rich Graves going to 1174 to 117. Next up, Keith Winterbottom and Will Zorick. Top end of the racetrack, Keith Winterbottom going 918, 152 miles an hour. Will Zorick 1093 at 123. And that will leave Scott Winterbottom alongside Wilf Friesen. Scott Winterbottom, 927, 139 miles an hour. Will Friesen goes 976 at $1.39. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire, non-electronics, this is your last call to the lanes. You're officially late. You're the next ones up. No box. We're waiting on you in the lanes. We're also going to make the call for Rad Torque Systems Electronics to come on down to the lanes. Electronics, come on up to the lanes. Rob Getz, Ryan Ladre. The next one's up, well, the first one's up for National Tire Non-Electronics. Pair of red lights, not an issue in qualifying. Ladre going 11:59, 114 miles an hour. Getz 11:85 at 119. Next up is Craig Johnson. It's James Taggart. The Johnson's Customs Exhaust BC Scale Oldsmobile going out last night against Randy Couric in the final against the Airport Glass Buried Utilities Ford Falcon from Windlock. So Johnson goes 1050, 122 miles an hour. Taggart goes 1046 at 126. One of the track crew members currently out on the racetrack. Just doing a quick once-over near the 8th mile mark. John Vandeven waiting patiently in his Firebird out of Abbotsford. Meanwhile, Brandon Piskachak alongside, coming out from Burnaby in the Motoring Canada with Thomas Buick Racing Ford Mustang. All clear at the 8th. Report is the track feels awesome. Top end, Vandeven goes 1051, 130 miles an hour. Piskachek 1309 at 101. Going for another quick check of the surface, this time at 1,000 feet. Blair Criddle waiting patiently for the Precision Performance Ford Roadster. Going to go up against John DeBack for the Rad Torque Systems S10. Criddle goes 919, 115 miles an hour. Tabac goes 1036 and 128. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stand by for license and test. Stand by for license and test cars. Richard Love, Randy Couric alongside. Randy Couric took the win. No box last night. Love goes 11.67, 114 miles an hour. Couric goes 10.52 at 125. Brings up Darcy Levitinsky and Heather Hornall. The 69 Cougar racing against Hornall and the family wagon. Levitinsky out in front. 9.47, 145 miles an hour. Hornall 10.71 at about 21. Steve Baskerville, the next pair down track. 8.95, 149 miles an hour. Baskerville, 12.61 at $1.15. We'll bring up Shaman Svetic and Steve Sheffer. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Rad Torque Systems Electronics, last call to the lanes. Svetic, 9.12. 145 miles an hour. Steve Sheffer going 11.22 at $1.17. Bring up Rob Monroe Jr. Bring up Brad Litzenberger. The Winter Harbor Marine and RV 1969 Acadian. Doing battle against the Black Sheep Malibu. Miles an hour. Brad Litzenberger going 11.83 at 112. And that'll leave Chris Stone. That'll leave Jim Banky. The Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart running up against the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth Barracuda. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, license and test. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. BC McLeod Clutches Super Shifters, this is your standby call. or first round of eliminations. Super Shifters, first round of eliminations is coming up soon. This is your standby call. We roll back to box for the last qualifying session of the day. Mike Stewart bringing up the Super Chicklet Chevy 2 for Ken Specialty Auto Bucky's been excavating Gibson Transmissions and Big Al Motorsports. Running against Kate Shirk and the Dragster. Shirk going 784, 169 miles an hour. Stewart going 1005 at 133 miles an hour. Put down a trip zip, but it was with a 6, and it was red. John Jenkins brings out the West Coast Building Restorations, McKenzie Races, Lorca Auto Parts S10 against Chris Lloyd. Chris Lloyd goes 932, 139 miles an hour. John Jenkins going 1038 at 124 miles an hour. So we're gonna have to potentially shut things down, it looks like, as we're having to once again blow away some gravel on the starting line. So another reminder, clean out your wheel wells. Make sure that there's no debris hiding around in them, because then we have to shut things down like this. We've got a halfway decent turnout here on the spectator side of things for the last Cash Bash race of the season. Now, all you folks sitting around out there on the right side of the racetrack, come on over here. Your ticket comes with a free pit pass, you know. You make your way on over to the Lorca Auto Parts Bridge. Come check out the half-track snack shack. The pro shop's got several items still 25% off for some end-of-season sales. And you get to take a look at all of these beautiful cars up close for yourself in the pits. Steve McKenzie, racing Cody Lewinsky. Boy, McKenzie again hiking up the front wheels on that one. Lewinsky to the top end goes 734, 180 miles an hour. McKenzie going 924 to 146 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle, Emily Gerard, the next pair. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call for license and test. Final call for license and test. I like your glasses, Al. Gerard, top end, 751, 177 miles an hour. Rochelle, 1003 at about 30. Graham Colton, Lauren, and Nick Angelucci. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need BC McLeod clutches, super shifters to lanes 5 and 6. That is McLeod clutches, BC super shifters, lanes 5 and 6 for our first round of eliminations. Stand by for National Tire Non-Electronics. Lauren, 783, 168 miles an hour. Angelucci, 1063 at $1.25. We'll bring up Craig Johnson and Ray Rusiani. Rusiani going 821, 164 miles an hour. Johnson, 1049, $1.22. Bring up Veach and bring up Baskerville.
Nolan put the mic down for a minute. I'd say that was a bad idea on his part, because Guntis is taking care of all the computer stuff up here. I'm trying to keep myself busy. Steve Veach versus Steve Baskerville. Steve Veach going 1092 at 128, but Baskerville taking the win for that qualifying hit, 1266 at 114 mile an hour. John Tabak is on the bye, running for Rad Torque in his 89 S10. John Tabak, a regular runner here in our Pro and Super Pro categories, / box and no box. Also one of our regular announcers here, but I bet you all know that already. Super fan up here of John. Decent pass by him with an 045 light, going 1035 at 128 mile an hour. Nolan thinks I'm trying to take his job, but I promise that's not true, my friend. I'll pass it right on back to you now that you're back.
I do appreciate the assist. Dane LeCelt. Oh, well, maybe not. Take two. Alcohol Boogaloo. Looks like we got it. Dane LeCelt has fire. So LeCelt bumping forward. Pre-stage, and now 6 inches, fully staged. Whoa, and that car just shot out a metric ton of debris out of the back end. So I think that might spell an end for LeCelt's day. Buddy, I'd pull it over if I were you. You're shooting something out the back end, and well, it had a metal shine to it, which doesn't bode well. So track crew's gonna go out, pick up the debris. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire, non-electronics. We need you in the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. That is no box. Bring them on up for first round of eliminations. So here we go. First round of eliminations. Joel Smith and Wilf Friesen. 10-10 to a 974. McLeod Clutches PC Super Shifters is underway, and it starts on the red light. Joel Smith out of competition with a 004 red. Wilf Friesen taking it to round 2. Bring up Dan Gray, bring up Jamie Roth, 1160 to a 993. The Ford F-150 going up against the 1964 Comet. This time, both cars get away on the green. Dan Gray with a pretty big advantage at the start of the line, and he'll take it. Beat the 048 light with a 001 for Gray on the tower side, and gets there first by 17 thou. Whole shot win there for Dan Gray. Will bring up Keith Winterbottom and John DePort. The 1968 Camaro going up against the 1977 Camaro. 920 to a 1006. Keith Winterbottom launching sideways and has to pedal it. Not looking good at the top end, and it'll go the way of DePort. Only 2 thou off the mark. That was a pretty easy one there for John DePort, as Keith Winterbottom launched a bit further sideways than he anticipated. Rich Graves will dial in 1150 for the 1967 El Camino, going up against Will Zorg in his 1962 Bel Air, dialing in at 1093. And that's a red line for Graves. Will Zorg was lacking on the starting line there. 2/10 on the reaction time, but as Rich Graves turns it red by half a tenth, Zork will move on. Dale Posdick running the 1967 Mustang, dials in 1015. Scott Winterbottom running the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2. Dials in at 927. Double red light. Not Dale Pazzo. Dale Pazzo was the worst offender. Scott Winterbottom, the lesser offender. He'll move on to the next round. Posdick red by a 10th. Scott Winterbottom only by 14 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems, Electronics, bring them on up to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems, Electronics, come on up to the lanes. Stand by for Canada West Door Slammers. Chris Stone and Rob Monroe Jr. will be up next. 960 for the 1968 Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. Rob Monroe Jr. for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV 1969 Acadian dials in at 1044. Both cars off and away. First round of eliminations for National Tire Non-Electronics underway. Chris Stone takes it. Monroe got there first by 9 thou, broke out by 15. So that was going the way of Stone regardless. Got him on the tree. So that race won. That was one on the starting line. Rob Getz brings out the F-150, dials in 1181. Darcy Lebedinsky dials in 930 for the Cougar. Getz, holy cow, had him beat by about 4/10 on the tree, but broke out by 10 thou, which gives it back the way of Lebedinsky. He's going to be kicking himself for that one. James Taggart brings out the Airport Glassberry Utilities Falcon, dials in 1048 against John DeBat for the Rat Torch Systems S10, dialed in 1037. By 11 thou to back, moving on to round number 2 of competition. James Taggart going 1049 on the 1048 dial. He'll be down and out. Bring up Steve Sheffer and Jim Banky. 1114 to a 1011. Giving it the way of not Lebedinsky, sorry, of Steve Sheffer. Shaylin Svedick running it up for 9-10 against Blair Criddle with an 890 for the Precision Performance Ford Roadster. Well, neither reaction time too stellar, at least they're both green. Top end, it'll be Criddle, as Svedick breaking out by 0.04 of a second after getting there by over a quarter of a second. Piskacek not going to be able to take out Steve Baskerville with this one, so the 5-liter 2022 Mustang is through to the next round after dialing the end of the 1271. We're running with John Vanderveen with a 1006 against Andy Andel for the Antle Towing Shop Truck Ford F100. Dialed in at 894. A red light start for Vanderveen will give it the way of Andy Antle, which brings us to Brad Litzenberger and Randy Kurek. 1190 to a 1045. The Black Sheep Malibu versus the Chevy Bel Air. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Final call for Rad Torque Systems Electronics to the lanes. And door slammers, you are still on standby. Be ready to move. Oh boy, big trouble for Randy Kurek. A lot of smoke at the top end for him. He will get the win, but he'll pull over to a stop on the right-hand side. Brad Litzenberger breaking out at the top end by half a second. 1130 on the 1190 dial. Randy Kurek is out of the race car up at the top end of the racetrack. You see safety crews making their way up there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers to lanes 5 and 6. We need the door slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Door slammers 5 and 6. Well, it's not good news. It's oil, and on the live stream camera, you can even see it underneath the race car starting to pool. So the smoke started to spew just shy of 1,000 feet, and it really continued all the way out the quarter mile. So while you see the crews going to work up at the top end, I want to give a quick reminder about buybacks into round number 2. Once again, you can buy your way back into competition if you lost round 1 in box or no box. All it costs you is $40, payable via cash or card. Second floor of the timing tower. All that money goes directly into the prize pot. This is for box and no box only. Not for door slammers, not for shifters. Well, while oil cleanup continues at the top end of the racetrack, I'm going to take this opportunity to steal myself some lunch from the half-track snack shack. In a nice way. We'll be back soon.
So the cleanup continues down track. So Randy Kirk gets the win last night and blows it up this morning.
Oh, she's on the starting line now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So kind of a tough break for him, but he is going home with a trophy and a winner's check, so could certainly have been worse. So he did get the win light on this pass, which means can only assume he's going to be a no-show for round number 2.
She's a running, Nolan.
So hard to put an exact number on these kind of things, but the guesstimate right now is we are probably still a half hour away. So we certainly appreciate everyone's patience while we get this cleaned up. And trust me when I tell you, we want to get back to the action just as badly as you do. So obviously we have an injured car on the racetrack. The process of removing it is underway, and it's being done so in a fashion that I have not ever seen before, at least not to the best of my memory. Randy Kirk has gone and gotten his trailer. Got it out on the track surface there in the shutdown. He's going to back it up to his broken car, and they're just going to load it up right on the track. Well, why not? Makes sense. Now, we've seen cars removed from the racing surface in various different ways. In many cases, it's just as simple as hooking a rope onto them and giving them a pull with a golf cart or a quad, something like that. In other cases, there's a little more involved when you have a locked up rear end, something along those lines. Car's got to be jacked up, put on dollies so that it's able to roll. And then there's go grab the trailer and just bring it out here. Works quite well. So while we are taking a little break, Mission Raceway Park, Half Track Snack Shack has got lunch on for you. And I'll assure you of this, the crew is out there working very hard to get us back to the racing action That'll be coming up soon.
Oh, we got a bit of quiet here. Just want to announce that we do still have some money from last night. We've got checks for Randy Couric, Craig Johnson, Corey Craig, Brad Thomas, Dennis Drummond, Kurt Thompson, Tyler Stamler, Dan Rodrigue, and Steve Horn. If you are all still on the property, and I know at least a couple of you are, that money is waiting for you. Second floor of the timing tower from yesterday's main event. Well, some good news. Looks like a lot of the cleaning equipment starting to come back. Drivers to your cars. Drivers to your cars. Equipment is coming off the racetrack. Drivers to your cars. We're getting ready to rumble. Richard Love, Craig Johnson ready to go at it. 1170 to a 1053. The Reflection Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10 going up against the Malibu Wagon. We continue to roll through the first round of National Tire non-electronic eliminations. Love turns on the red light by 7/1000ths of a second. Craig Johnson moving through to the next round of competition. We'll bring up Scott Kaladichuk and Heather Hornall. Wagon looking like it's having trouble getting off the line. Kaladichuk to the top end. Off throttle. Goes 1166, 1.3 seconds over the dial. Knows that he has got that thing locked up in hand. With Hornall going nowhere off the launch. Bring up Ryan Ledre. Currently down on the inside. Ledre with the bye run, 1166 at 114. And finally, that closes out round one of eliminations for non-electronics. We roll to Radtory Systems Electronics. Emily Gerard, the first one up for the undercover dragster, going up against Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. The Just Mechanicals, Titanium Auto Group Shear Solutions undercover dragster with that 582 cubic inch big block Chevy motor. Dials in at 752. Martin Rochelle dialing in the Super Street car 10:03. Top end of the racetrack, Gerard getting around Rochelle for the win. Mark Rochelle taken out in round 1 of eliminations, but still with the possibility to buy back in if he so chooses. We bring up Chris Lloyd and Nick Angelucci. .932 to a 10:65. Top end, Angelucci gets there ahead of Lloyd, goes 10:67 at 122 miles an hour. Got there first by about a tenth. We'll bring up Mike Stewart and Cade Shirk. Ken 06 with the Ken Specialty Auto Buckets, Mini Excavated Gibson Transmissions, and Big Al Motorsports 1967 Chevy 2 against Cade Shirk and the Dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test, and McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters. You're on a short standby call. That is Super Shifters and test and tune. You're on a short standby call. Mike Stewart will take out Cade Shirk on that one. Got him beat on the tree, 017 to an 062. Follows it up by taking a little bit more out of the top end. Got there by 8.5 hundredths. John Jenkins and Steve Veitch, the next two up. West Coast Building Restoration, Mackenzie Racers, Lordco Auto Parts, 1988 S10. With a 406 cubic inch motor, dials in 1038. Veitch running a 416 small block Chevy motor in the 1972 Duster, dials in at 1090, hitting the Super Street Index. Maybe looking to use the throttle stop. called a stop and play. Nothing to matter though. John Jenkins doubled. Oh, 1 red on the tree. So Veach moving into the next round. And that brings up Colton Morin facing Steve Baskerville. 781 to a 1271. It's going to be a long wait for Morin. No delay box being used on that dragster, unlike most. Still foot braking it. Mustang top, and he's gonna get him. Baskerville going too quick, down by almost a 10.5 on the dial. 1257 on the 1271. Colton Morin is through to round 2. Cody Lewinsky brings up his TNT dragster, dials in at 734 against John Tabak. Radford says was at 10, dialed in at 1037. Chasing down Tabak, and it's going to go the way of Lewinsky. Tabak taken out by 0.03 of a second. Lewinsky only 3 thou off the mark for a total 21 thou package. Not a bad run at all for the driver out of Charlie Lake. Bring up Craig Johnson and Steve McKenzie. 1052 to an 885. He's had so far all day. Is it enough? No, it ain't. Craig Johnson gets him by a 1/4 of a second. We'll bring up Ray Rusiani for the Dexy Paws Online Pet Supplies, BDL Automotive, and Bob Love, 1966 Chevy 2. The Door Slammer with a 632 cubic inch Chevy motor, dials in at 822. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need license and test to the lanes. License and test, bring them on up to lanes 5 and 6. Stand by for super shifters and no box. So first round for Canada West Door Slammers. So Hatton brings up the Bubba Speed Chop, Titanium Auto Group, Velocity Chemicals, Camaro dials in 828. Robinson dials in 755 for the AFT Petroleum, Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, Postma Farms, Beretta. Correction, 829 for Andy Hatton. Andy Hatton getting there first by 25 thou over Scott Robinson. Bring up Derek and Brody Shirk. Some Shirk family feud going on. Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Chop, represented on both sides of the racetrack. Shirk sporting the 780 cubic inch Bel Air. $767 dialed in for Derek Shirk. Brody Shirk dials in 838. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need super shifters to lanes 5 and 6. Super shifters, bring them on up lanes 5 and 6. No box. You're still on standby. Both Shirks away on the green. Practically identical reaction times, and it goes the way of Brody Shirk. They both had 070s on the tree. The only difference was on the fourth digit. Shirk was 070 with a 4. Brody 070 with a 1. And Brody takes him at the top end by 12 thou. Howie Winklehorse now racing against Ray Bollinger. The 1955 Bel Air dials in 832. The Camaro with that 582 cubic inch big block Chevy motor dialing in 801. Howie Winklehorse was not able to make a hit in qualifying. They couldn't get the car fired. Looked like they got it sorted now. But he's down by a good bit on the tree. And that 3/10 disadvantage on the tree will also translate to about a 3.5 win for Ray Bollinger at the top end. Bring up Brad Powell and Grant Howell. Brad Powell for STR Racing Outlaw Garage Customs dials in the 582 cubic inch Chevelle and an 832. The Fast Orange Willies with the 632 cubic inch Sunset motor dials in 770. Both drivers down track, separated by only 4th thou on the starting line, and by 10 it goes the way of Howell. Grant Howell only 7 thousandths off the mark and takes it by 100th exactly. Great drive there for Grant Howell to take out Brad Powell. Mark Schupner was due to race against Steve Lowe, but the Lumina will not be able to face off against the Lorca Auto Parts Firebird. He was the other car that couldn't make a hit in qualifying. So Steve Lowe on a comp single. Oh boy, carrying the front wheels a little bit off the line there for Steve Lowe. Was not expecting that. And that comes after he left before the tree was ready. Bring up Derek Shirk. Sorry, Jay Siverston. Not Derek Shirk. Jay Siverston breaking out the Black Betty JS Power Sports Dodge Dakota. Given from the car he was running yesterday. He tiles it in a 771. James Kennedy taking out Big Barry. Ken Specialty Auto 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. Dials in 681. The only car to go into the sixes so far today. Both cars down track, top end, Kennedy takes it by 300ths. James Kennedy goes 685 on the 681 dial at 202 miles an hour. And that brings up Mike Kenworthy. The Illusion Motorsport and Speed Mart Firebird dials at 813. Otto Schulte brings up the Georgia Straight Line Collision Next Gen here in Associated Tire and Auto, Lord Auto Parts, Odlum Brown, Quality Designs, and Rondex Cavalier with a 598 cubic inch Sunset motor, dials in 741. Your winner from last night, trying to go into round number 2. Got him on the tree by 100th, but it's not enough. He takes too much out of the top end. Otto Schulte and Kenworthy beat by 10th thou on the tree, but Mike Kenworthy with a phenomenal top end package, only 3 thou off the mark, bests him by just 1. That'll do it for Door Slammers. Next up, it's Dane LeKelt. First time, got a little squirrely. Second time, shot some parts out of the back end. Third time's the charm? to stage up the alcohol-powered dragster. Still going through some tire chain pedals through it, top end. 622, 227 miles an hour. Wasn't able to get the fives that he was hoping for, but that's still better than the last two passes he's made. So Lequel with his best pass so far of the afternoon. So once again, buybacks. If you're looking for a buyback, second floor of the timing tower, this is our first round of box and no box only. Now is the time to do it. You are about to run, so window is rapidly closing if you want to buy back in a competition this afternoon. All right, next round. It's the quarterfinals. From the McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters, Will Friesen and Will Zorick. And that'll go the way of Zorick as Friesen turns on the red light by a bunch. Quarter of a second he turned on the red light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire, non-electronics, come on up quickly to the lanes. National Tire, non-electronics, come on up to the lanes. John DeBork, Scott Winterbottom, 10 seconds to a 9:29. Leading on the right rear for Scott Winterbottom as he hightails down the racetrack. Winterbottom carrying a 003 in the back pocket. It's not going to get the window because he goes under by 21 thou after getting there by a 10th and a half. So breaking out for Winterbottom, John DePork is through to the semis. We're also going to put Rad Torque Systems electronics on a standby call. So once again, that is no box. To the lanes immediately and then box on a standby. Dan Gray with the bye with only 5 cars left in competition. not bought back into the next round and you want to, now is your absolute last call. We won't be accepted before long because we want to run the rest of this program out. No Box, you should already be in the lanes. And Box, you're on standby. You should be ready to come on up in a little bit. We're going to make it a final call for No Box. No Box, you are late. We are waiting on you. No Box, if you're not there, we're running without you. All right, Electronics, we need you to the lanes. Electronics, bring them on up to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems, Electronics, to the lanes. West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Door Slammers, you're now on a standby. Door Slammers, this is a standby call. Shaylin Svedig bringing up the Titanium Auto Group. Steve McKenzie Racing. Kennedy Landscaping. JJS / SIA. Eldorado Coastal Equipment. Lorco Auto Parts. Dragster. Down to the 903, Brandon Piscacek brings out the Motor Canada with Thomas and Buick Racing Ford Mustang down to 1312. Turns on the red light. Piscacek moving on to the next round with this one. Scott Kaladichuk brings out the Mustang, dials in at 1027 for the Fox body. Robert Getz buying back in, bringing up the F-150, dialed at 1175. Getz goes 1211 on the 1175 dial. This time he advances to round 3 and the quarterfinals. Andy Antle racing Chris Stone. The Antle Towing Shop Truck Machine dials in 894. Stone dials in 962 with Zone Code Racing Dart. Slammers last night. Today is out in round 2. Chris Stone moving on to the next one. Bring up Steve Baskerville. Bring up Rob Monroe Jr. Both these drivers, one of these drivers buying back in. Monroe buying in again. He went out round 1, trying to see if he can go to round 3 by taking out Steve Baskerville. Dials in 1271 to Monroe's 1044. Hey, Electronics, we're still waiting for you in the lanes. Electronics, we need you in the lanes. ASAP. Electronics, bring them to the lanes. ASAP. We are waiting on you. Baskerville not going to get it done. Monroe, after buying back in, moves to round 3 by 0.07 of a second. Bring up Blair Criddle. Bring up Craig Johnson. 890 to a 1053. The Precision Performance Roadster going up against the Malibu Wagon. Top end, it'll be close, but it'll be Johnson. Taking it by 0.2 of a second after he pulled out. 12 thou on the tree. Brings us to what I think is the last pairing for the second round of eliminations. Richard Love versus Steve Sheffer. The Reflection Guest House SS Motorsports S10 dials in 1170 to Steve Sheffer dialing in 1109. Love taking out Sheffer by a good half a second. And a lot of that advantage comes on the starting line. Richard Love's reaction time was an 0.12. Steve Sheffer's started with the 3. Well, not quite done yet in no box. We bring up John to back. Running against Darcy Lebedinsky. The 89 S10 for Rad Torque Systems dials in 1037. Lebedinsky bringing up the Cougar, dials in 930. Top end to back, getting there easily. Picked up the top end charge, had over 0.4 on Lebedinsky from the starting line. Takes it by nearly 3 of the top end. Ryan Ledre with the bye. So once again, we have called Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Gotta get moving if you're not already down there. roll back into electronics. Attention in the pits, attention to pits. Door slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Door slammer quarterfinals. Come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Door slammers 5 and 6. Vitch, Angelucci, 1090 to a 1068. Duster versus Malibu. Stand by for a license and test. Two green lights. Vitch with the 008 takes the win by 300ths. So Vitch moving on into the next round. Bring up Mike Stewart and John Jenkins. The Ken Specialty Auto Bucky's been the Excavating, Gibson Transmissions, Big Al Motorsports, 1009 Super Chick of the Chevy 2 going up against the West Coast Building Restorations, Kenzie Racing, Lorco Auto Parts, S10 dialed in 1036. And at the top end of the racetrack, Stewart goes to a 10-11 of the 10-9 dial, taking the win by 1 thou. Had the upper hand by 12 on the tree, and will take it at the top end by just 1/1000th of a second. Ray Rusiani, Martin Michelle, the next two up. The Dexy Paws, Online Pet Supplies, BDL Automotive, Chevy 2, dials in 823. Martin Michelle dials in 1006 in the Malibu. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stand by. Going out to Super Shifters. Super Shifters, this is your standby call. Double breakout on this one. Rochelle got there first. He went under by only 4 thou. Rusiani got there second. He went under as well, but only by 3/10 thou. So Rusiani moving into the quarters. Bring up Morin. Bring up Lloyd. Titanium Auto Group, Cobalt Valley Excavating, Moore Motorsports, Race Tech Dragster, dials in 781. Chris Lloyd dials in 937. Top end, it'll be Morin taking it on a breakout. Chris Lloyd going under by almost 1/10 of a second. Colton Morin only 8 thou off the mark. Drives through to the quarterfinals. Bring up Kate Shirk and John DeBack. DeBack having a buyback into this round. Kate Shirk with the Titanium Auto Group Dragster dials in 793. John DeBack will drive through to the next round. A solid drive for DeBack on that one. Bring in the next pair. Cody Lewinsky last night's winner in this category on the right-hand side with TNG Drags out of Charlie Lake, dials in 733. Steve McKenzie with the 505 cubic inch big block Chevy 1987 Cavalier, dials in 885. And that brings up Steve Baskerville and Craig Johnson. Baskerville had to buy back into this round. 5-liter Mustang dials in 1271 against Johnson. The Johnson's Customs exhaust, BC scale, and Malibu Wagon dialed in 1054. Johnson and Baskerville alongside. And it'll be Craig Johnson. Steve Baskerville for a second time taken out of competition, that time by just 81 thou. Pay attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Cody Marshall, we need you in the timing tower, please. Cody Marshall, come on up. Second floor of the timing tower. Pay attention in the pits. We need a license and test to lanes 1 and 2. License and test. Bring them on up. Lanes 1 and 2. License and test. Lanes 1 and 2. So that'll do it for Rat Torch Systems Electronics. Next up, it's the quarterfinals of Door Slammers. Cody Marshall. Well, I guess we'll have to hold on the page call to the second floor. He's making a test hit right now. The Marshall's Mechanical Nova running down track. Once again, license and test, we've called you to lanes 1 and 2. We're already running a couple of test hits. Cody Marshall just went down. Brad Powell, the next one up. We're going to make the call. Super Shifters semifinalists. Come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Super Shifters semifinalists. Come on up, lanes 5 and 6. License and test. Still looking for your lanes 1 and 2. License and test to 1 and 2. Eighteen, 225. Oh boy! Wiggling it out of the top end of the racetrack, but still keeps it under control. Dane Lecalco, 618, still not able though to break into the fives. So we move back into door slammers. Steve Lowe and Grant Howell. The Lark Auto Parts Firebird dials in at a 790. The 1937 Fast Orange Chevy dials in at 770. Top end of the racetrack with this one, and it'll go the way of Howell, taking it by 10/1000ths of a second. Attention in the pits, non-electronics to the rear of staging to be laddered. That's no box, quarterfinalists to the rear of staging to be laddered. Running down the racetrack. 8:15, 166 miles an hour. Bring up Brody Shirk, bring up Ray Bollinger. The Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop Chevy dials in 8:38. Bollinger and his Camaro dials in 8 seconds. Brody Shirk, advantage on the tree, advantage at the top. Takes it by 18,000ths of a second. Bollinger broke out. Wouldn't have mattered though. Move on up to Andy Hatton and James Kennedy. The Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group Velocity Chemicals Camaro, dubbed the Grinch, racing the lone 6-second door car on the property. For 10 Specialty Auto, Big Barry, 2004 Pontiac Grand Am. Good lines from both drivers. Kennedy with the advantage, and he's going to take it. Goes a 006 and takes 11th thou out of the stripe on the double breakout. Hatton went 022 under, Kennedy only 016 under. And that will bring us to McLeod Clutch's BC Super Shifters. Top end of the racetrack as we roll to the Super Shifters Finals. John DePort takes it as Dan Gray gets there by the 10th and a half, but goes under by half a tenth as well. So it'll be John DePort and Will Zorick in the final. Shaylin Svetic already out of competition, just looking to make a test hit or two. Attention, all license and test cars. License and test cars to lanes 5 and 6. License and test, you can feel free to come on up as you please to lanes 5 and 6, but just a heads up, we are only going to be using you as filler from here on out, so you might be sitting there for a little bit while we run some other classes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need electronics to the rear of staging. Electronics, bring them on up to the rear of staging. Electronics to the rear of staging. Hey, attention, Brendan Piskacek and Shaylin Svetic. When you have a moment, Shelby's got something for you up in the tower. Once again, that is Shaylin Svetic and Brendan Piskacek. Shelby's got something waiting for you up here in the tower. All right, quarterfinals for non-electronics. Piskacek gets 1309 to an 1175. top end of the racetrack, it'll be Piskacek getting there by over a 10th. So Brendan Piskacek is through and into the semifinal round. Ryan Ledre and Rob Monroe Jr. the next two up. 11:64 to a 10:43 between Chevelle and Acadian. And it'll go the way of Ledre. Sorry, no, Monroe takes it on a double breakout. Ledre went under by 0.25. Monroe went under by only 6 less. 0.19 will net Rob Monroe Jr. the W. Bring up Richard Love, bring up Chris Stone. The Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports S10 dials in 11.69. Chris Stone for the Stone Cold Racing Dart dials in 9.65. Give this one up for Richard Love. Got there first. Stone broke out for good measure. So Love moves into the semis. And the last pair in the quarterfinals. Craig Johnson, John Tabak. Tabak will have to hustle around if he wants to make the electronics quarterfinals as well. 10:53 to a 10:36. It's a burn down. Nobody wants to bump in first. Craig eventually caves. And they're both off. John Tabak carrying 17th hour in the pocket. Oh, but he breaks out by 1. He does that for a third time this weekend. Double 1 with a 6, double 1 with an 8, now double 0-1 with a 7. 3 breakouts and all by 1/1000th over the weekend for John Tabak. Craig Johnson moves on. Once again, if you're looking to get a license or a test hit in, you can still do so, but you are going to be used as filler for our remaining classes, so do be aware of that. You might be waiting a little bit. As well as that, we are still looking for some of the folks in electronics. Make your way on down. Oh, I think I actually just saw the last of you up there. All right, we should be going back to racing soon here then. So we're back. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door Slammers semifinalists. Come on down to the lanes. Door Slammers semifinalists. We're looking for you in the lanes. Super Shifters. This is your standby call. So Door Slammer semifinalists. We need you in the lanes. Super Shifters, you're on standby. Ray Bruciani, Steve Veitch. Seeing who goes to the semis. Veitch away. Bruciani chasing. Veitch is quite a bit in the back pocket, and he will. Oh my goodness, Veitch going under by 14 thou after he was up by over a 10th on the tree, giving it back to Bruciani, who finds himself in the semis. And how about this? A rematch of last night's final. Last night, Mike Bucky Stewart, and Cody Lewinsky faced off with a 10-10 and the 733 dial. Today, they'll do so again. Last night, Lewinsky took the W. Stewart had described Lewinsky as being a class act, said he would love to race against the dragster again. Well, he's got a great chance to try to turn it around in the Cash Bash race. Turns on the red light. 12-1 foul. Lewinsky goes 2 for 2. And Stewart is out once again. And that'll bring up Emily Gerard. Dials in 753 for the Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical Titanium Auto Group Undercover Dragster. Racing Craig Johnson. In the Johnson's Customs Exhaust BC Scale Malibu Wagon, dialed in 1052. was up by 26 thou on the tree and took 26 thou at the finish line. That one was all decided on the starting line. They got there almost identical to one another off the dial. 016 with a 3 off the mark for Gerard. 016 with a 7 off the mark for Craig Johnson. 26 thou separate them. 26 thou the decider at the top end.
there, it wasn't hooked up to come through.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Shifter finalists. So lanes 5 and 6, Super Shifter finalists. Bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. No box semifinalists. Bring them on up to the lanes as well. No box semifinalists and Super Shifters finalists to the lanes. So, Brody Shirk, James Kennedy going head to head. 8:38 for Brody Shirk. James Kennedy dials in 682 in the far side. And the 6-second door car will be packing it up. Went 681 at the 682 dial. Doesn't matter though, because he turned it on by 2 thou here at the starting line. So Brody Shirk is into the final. Who does he face? Will it be Grant Howell, the fast orange Chevrolet dialed in at 771, or will it be Mike Kenworthy, the Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart Firebird dialed in at 814? So, your Canada West Door Slammers final. It will end up being Mike Kenworthy versus Brody Shirk. Well, this was supposed to be your McLeod Clutches BC Super Shifters final. John DePork was due to race against Will Zork, but DePork broke the Camaro. So Will Zork will walk it off in the final round of Super Shifters of the 2024 season. So that does it. The Super Shifters season is officially in the books. We'll next see them come April in 2025. So here we go, the National Tire Non-Electronics semi-final round. We started off with Brandon Piskacek and Rob Monroe Jr. Piskacek dials in 1309. Junior dials in 1042. Will the Mustang go to the final, or will it be the Acadian? And Brandon Piskacek takes the win. He beats Monroe on the tree. So Piskacek moves into the final round for No Box in their last race of the season. Next up, it'll be Richard Love. It'll be Craig Johnson, the other half of the semifinal round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rat Torque Systems Electronics, we need you in the lanes. Box, bring them on up to the lanes for your semifinal round. bogged down a little bit on the starting line. Chasing down Richard Love to the top end. Does he get around him? Oh, he didn't get around him, but he goes on anyway. Love got there first by 3/10. He goes under by 9 thousandths of a second. Johnson and Piskacek face off in the final. So Rebecca Powell has been out making some test hits throughout the afternoon. Been taking out Brad Powell's Nova. Rebecca's been putting down some nice heaters at least. The Rad Torch Systems Electronics semifinals are just around the corner. I see all of your competitors behind the tower. I see Coda Lewinsky there. I see Tabak. I see Rusiani. I see Gerard. I see Craig Johnson's already made his way back. So here we go, the semifinal round of box. Burnout complete for Lewinsky. He'll have to back it up. Craig's already in one final. Can he get into two? Johnson will lead first with a 10:52. Lewinsky with that delay box. Styles in at 7:35. We'll have to hope he gets that timing just right. It'll be close. Top end of the racetrack. Johnson gets it. Lewinsky got there by 5 thou. He broke out by 6. So Craig Johnson was going to take that one regardless. Only 1 thou off the mark. What a tough break for Lewinsky. We'll bring up Rusiani. We'll bring you up to back the other half of the semifinal round of box. Does the door slammer have it? No, it doesn't. John's back into the final round for Rad Torch Systems Electronics. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door Slammer Finals. We need you in the lanes. Door Slammer Finals. Bring them on up to the lanes. Door Slammer Final to the lanes. Solo test hit. Goes 753, 176 miles an hour. So only 3 total competition passes left on the day, plus whatever testing we get in between them. We got the no box final, we got the box final, and the door slammer final. And then that will do it for the competition season at Mission Raceway Park, with only the Friday Night Street Legal next week to go. If anybody still wanted to make a test and tune hit, this is probably going to be your last chance to do so. We are not far from the end of the day, so if you wanted to get one more test hit in, now is the time to do it. in the pits, attention in the pits. We need National Tire non-electronic finalists to the lanes. No box finalists, come on up to the lanes. No box finalists to the lanes. So the final door slammer race of the year. Mike Kenworthy, Brody Shirk, lining it up alongside each other. Brody Shirk running the 562 cubic inch big block Chevy titanium auto group and Bubba Speed Shop 1967 Chevrolet, dialed in at 838. Kenworthy runs the 584 cubic inch 1992 Firebird for Illusion Motorsport and Speedmart, dials in at 813. Who takes home the money and the bragging rights of the final race win into the off season? Top end of the racetrack in this one, and it goes the way of Mike Kenworthy, taking out Brody Shirk by a 1/10 of a second. Brody Shirk down by a 1/10, the win by 1/10, about dead on. So Mike Kenworthy wins the last race of the season, and that will put a wrap in the books for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers Association in 2024. What an awesome season it has been for the Door Slammers. No doubt they're going to look for some more big moments next year. Last year they had record-setting fields. They had record-matching fields this year. Next year, could we push the envelope a little bit further? All right. The National Tire non-electronic final. Craig Johnson, Brendan Piskacek. Two away, running out to the quarter-mile mark. Craig Johnson gets it on a double breakout. Brendan Piskacek, 57th thou under the mark. Johnson, 21th thou under the mark. So with that, Craig Johnson takes the honors of last win of the year. One final to go, and it'll be for Rad Torch Systems Electronics. So only one final left to go in the racing season for competition in 2024. Just waiting on our final finalist to come on into the lane. So Craig Johnson, whenever you are available, as soon as possible, come on down. And we can all have a good Sunday afternoon. I see it. The last final of the season. It's Craig Johnson. It's John Tabak. Craig Johnson brings up the Johnson's Customs Exhaust BC Scale Oldsmobile. Dialing in at 10:52. John Tabak brings up the Rad Torque Systems 1989 S10. Dials in 10:34. The last race of the day, the last competitive race of the season. And you couldn't have asked for a better matchup. 1, 2 pre-staged. 1 in. 2 in. 1 away, 2 away. They're both away on greens. And this will be a close one. Separated by just 1 thou on the tree. Top end, breakout for John Tabak. 15th thou under the mark. Craig Johnson takes 1 more on the season, and it'll be Johnson to win the Rad Torque Systems Electronics Shootout. As I understand it, Dan LeKelt going to be making 1 more competitive pass, or 1 more test pass on the afternoon, but my goodness, what a season it has been. We want to thank everybody for taking the time to join us for not just today, not just this weekend or this month, but the entire season at Mission Raceway Park. We do encourage that you swing on out and join us for 1 more fun night at the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legals for the final event next week on October number 4. Once again, a huge congratulations and a thank you to everybody that helped to make this season possible. If we're not going to see you next week, we'll see you next year at the Titanium Strip.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Brad and Rebecca Powell, if you're still on the property and wanting to do your final test hit, right now is the time. So we'll wait a couple minutes for you if you'd like to make a final hit, Powell family. But if not, I think that is going to do it for the day. But in case anything changes, I'll let you know. And here she is, Rebecca Powell, making the last pass for any sort of bracket race for the season. Not sure if she is doing licensing or just getting some hits in, practicing with Dad. Came up from Linden, driving the 67 Nova. Apparently she's going to try to hit a 9-second pass, I believe, is what Kevin just told me over the radio. You go, girl. And attention out there in the pits. Down in the winner's circle right now, we do have the winner and runner-up trophies and checks for semis as well. In the winner's circle with Bo, and that's for box and no box. So if you runnered-up or won today in box and no box, there is a trophy and check. And if you got to the semis, there is a check for you down there. So come grab those before you head out, or you'll see them in the mail in a few weeks. Rebecca punches the gas pedal. He's going as quick as that low car can take her. She goes 10:04 to the quarter mile, 132 mile an hour. Congratulations there, nice hit. Well, that is officially going to do it for the evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this weekend at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, Door Slammer Cash Bash, box and no box cash bash, all of the things. We really appreciate all the support online through Lordco TV on YouTube, Facebook, and in person here at the Titanium Strip. We will see everybody next week, I hope, to at least spectate at our final Friday Night Street Legal. Other than that, we will see everybody soon. Take care. Get home safe.